Welcome into the Hot Shop. Just want to give you a little overview as to what we have going on here. So at the center bench, we have our visiting artist for the day, Courtney Branam, and he is a Seattle-based glass artist. And today he's going to be working on some of his own special projects. Today I heard we're going to be working on some clouds. And do we have some images of Courtney's work that I could put up on the screen? So now we have a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork up on the screen just to give you guys some ideas of what he may be working on. And I thought it would be fun to mention that we have an auction coming up pretty soon here that we have once a year called Red Hot. And Courtney has actually received the People's Choice Award here at the museum during that Red Hot auction in 2013. So before I talk about this open face furnace he's using, I'll just point out this furnace with the closed door real quick to the right that you can see we're just about to gather out of here. And this is what's holding all of our molten glass. It's basically a giant ceramic tank with a pool of molten glass inside. And just like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, all we have to do is stick that metal pipe into the glass and turn, and it gathers a ball on the end. And that tank is sitting at a pretty steady 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Up on the screen, you can see a little diagram of that furnace. And then the open face furnaces, we have two of them on right now, and these are running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So at the center bench, you can see that Courtney has a long tube of glass, and this is being sectioned off into small cups. And after each of these cups is made, they're going to be broken off and set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. So that little cup is broken off and then brought over to the garage. This is a large box that's going to keep that glass warm at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of that glass. It's not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. Now, each of these individual little cups that they're breaking off of this glass tube at the center bench, they're going to be able to use these for individual pieces later on. All they have to do is attach them to the end of a hollow pipe and then blow that little cup into a bubble. And they could turn that bubble into any hollow object that they wish. This could be a vase or a bowl or just a cylinder. And like I said earlier, we're going to be working on some clouds today. And these are blown objects. These clouds are usually hollow, blown bubbles. So welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined. Just to give you a little overview as to what we have going on today. Today we have a visiting artist for just this day that we're open here. And his name is Courtney Branam. And that is the man who is at the center bench with the long beard and hair. He is a Seattle-based glass artist, and he's also received the People's Choice Award here at the museum for our annual Red Hot Auction 2023. And at the center bench, you can see he's working with a tube of glass. The tube is the best way to describe this. This is hollow, and it has a small opening on the end. He's continuously going in, opening up the end a little bit, and then breaking off a section of that tube in the form of a cup. And these are called Supio cups. They will be used later on for individual pieces of glass. So this is going to make sure that the pattern is pretty much the same for each of those individual pieces, since he's breaking off small sections of this glass. And over on the right, I thought I would point out that Sayuri is working with a single piece of color on the end of a pipe. So this is how we're getting a lot of our color in the Hot Shop, is through this color bar, which you'll see as soon as she comes out of the furnace. Yeah, so there is that piece of color bar. It looks like this one is white. So we have these sections of color bar, and we can use as much as we need for a single project. We have to melt it down to be able to drop it onto a small clear bubble, and this is going to create something called a color overlay. It will give us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. I'll make sure to point out when that process happens as well, so you guys don't miss it. And if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hands and let me know, or just grab my attention. I'll come right over. And after each one of these cups is created, this will be broken off inside of the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And this will keep them nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on, we could just pull them back out and use them for those individual projects. So up on the screen, you can now see that color overlay or color drop process happening. So they'll drop that molten color on top of a small, cold, clear bubble. And this will be evenly spread over top of that clear bubble. So the clear glass furnace, the one with the closed door, that's holding 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, kind of keeping it at that steady temperature 24/7. And then the open face furnaces are for reheating, so they don't have any glass inside of them, I wanted to point out, but they run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have 2 of them on currently, so we can work at 2 benches at the same time as we are right now. And at the center bench, I'd just like to point out that Courtney is doing some prep work for some other projects that he's going to be working on. But today we're going to be working on specifically some of his cloud projects. And can I have some images of Courtney's work up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see some images of Courtney's work. I just wanted to point out those cloud ones whenever you see them. These are hollow glass objects I thought I'd point out. So they do have a bubble inside of them. And this is what we're going to be working on today. And for those that just joined, I was just talking about Courtney Branam, who is down at the center bench right now. And right here, he's just doing a little bit of prep work for some other projects, but we're going to be working on those clouds today as well. So he's just working on multiple things, getting as much done as possible within this one day. And if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to grab my attention, let me know. So the glass furnace runs 24/7 because we need it to be constantly at the same temperature and molten throughout. I've been told that if the glass furnace cools down completely, it would take 3 whole days to heat up. That's not to mention that when the glass cools, it kind of shrinks on itself a little bit, so it would cling to the walls of the ceramic tank and actually break the ceramic tank, which is handmade. Everything in the hot shop is handmade. None of these are factory-produced tools. A lot of them are very personalized. For each artist, they have their own set of tools. Even this large metal table here called the Marver is also handmade by someone that works here at the museum. And welcome to those who just joined. At the center bench, our visiting artist, Courtney Branam, is currently working on making some Supio cups. And these are just going to be little starts to projects later on. And these are for some personal projects of his, so we won't see these cups turned into anything today. He said possibly maybe one if he has time, but he's going to be working on a very different specific project, which is one of his clouds, or maybe a couple of these clouds. And can I have some images of those up on the screen, please? Now, for those that just joined, up on the screen we have some images of our visiting artist's artwork. So we'll be working on some of these clouds today, and these are hollow. And at the center bench, you can see a bubble has just been brought over to that bench. And Courtney has been using a wooden spoon-shaped tool called the block, and this is going to smooth and even out all that glass, as well as creating a little bit of a crust of cold glass on the outside. All of these things are going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from the inside. And next at the center bench, Courtney is going in with a pair of jacks. So those two metal blades, and carved a line or a divot in the glass kind of near the connection to the pipe. And this is where we will remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. It's called the jack line. And that nozzle you'll see used here and there, but this is just blowing some compressed air onto the glass, and the purpose is to cool it down more rapidly than just letting it rest in the room. And next, Courtney is going in with two corkwood paddles. And behind the scenes, we're also making sure to maintain some air pressure inside of the piece. So we're putting our thumb over the end of the pipe, called capping, just making sure that the air doesn't escape back through the pipe since we're applying pressure to the sides of the bubble. And next, Courtney goes over to a plate that's set on top of the marver being that large metal table. And this is how we're going to get the flat bottom for our cloud, just even pressure applied onto the side of the bubble. And for the few that just joined, I just want to give you a little recap as to what we have going on, since there's a couple new people in the crowd here and there. Today we have a visiting artist for this special day the museum is open, and his name is Courtney Branam, and that is the man who's at the center bench working on this little cloud of his. And he's a Seattle-based glass artist, so he is pretty local. And just a little fun fact, he's received the People's Choice Award here at the museum's Red Hot auction in 2013. It's an annual auction that we have every year called Red Hot. And he was awarded the People's Choice Award. And he is known for these sort of whimsical pieces of his with a lot of clouds and moons, just to give a couple of little examples. And to give you a visual of this, can I have some of our artist's work up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see some images of Courtney's artwork. This will give you a good idea of the end product. Now at the center bench, they're letting this cloud rest and cool down just a little bit. We don't want anything to drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, otherwise we could get cracking or shocking, but he wants it to stop moving for this next step here, which is drilling a hole into the bottom of the cloud using a tungsten bit inside of a drill. And to do so, he's going to superheat the end of this bit so it melts and drills into the bottom of this glass. And there we have it. We've just drilled a hole into the bottom of that cloud. And this is where we're going to be attaching a second hollow pipe right over top of that hole so we can break it off from this pipe that it's currently attached to. And just now they've attached a solid pipe to the end of this cloud with just a small clear attachment. Now the second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty, and the purpose is to break it off from its original pipe. So now we have access to that other side of the cloud where we could start to close off that end bit. And for efficiency over on the right, they're going to get started on the next project. And this is all starting with applying some color to a small clear bubble. You could see the clear bubble being prepared in the center, and then over on the right, that white color that we used for the cloud is being heated up once more. And this will be dropped on top of that small clear bubble and then spread evenly over top, creating a color overlay, which will give us a really smooth, even color, just like this cloud at the center bench. So today's a little bit different since it's an odd day for the museum to be open. We don't have a lot of our usual staff working today. You'll sometimes see Sayuri, who is the woman in the black shirt standing in front of the furnace over there. But oftentimes you'll see a few other Hot Shop team members who aren't here today at all. And so every now and then we'll have some special visiting artists come in, like these guys. And so they're probably not adjusting for themselves very much. They're kind of used to making this sort of thing. But our usual staff, they've been working here for over 20 years individually, and so they do have to make new things all the time, but they've pretty much seen all the techniques that there are to be used. And as you can see, we're only using small sections of that white color at a time. So after using the white, this will be set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here, where it will stay nice and warm in there at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is not going to change that shape of the glass, but it's going to make sure it doesn't crack or break. And if you're wondering what's going on over there, this is just a Dremel, and it's most likely being used to get rid of small imperfections in the glass, maybe some debris. And for those that recently joined, at the center bench we have Courtney Branam, and that is our visiting artist for today. And as you can see, he's working on some of his clouds today. This is the first one that we've made so far. And he is a Seattle-based glass artist. Usually these clouds will be assembled together to create a sort of scenery with maybe even a moon in the background. And Courtney has received the People's Choice Award here at the museum's Red Hot auction in 2013. I think that's fun to mention because our Red Hot auction is actually coming up pretty soon here at the museum. It's annual. We have it in the fall, so it's at the end of September this year. Now that cone-shaped tool that Courtney's used a couple times for just a brief second, this is called the Soffietta, and that cone is used to block off the opening to a piece. So for this piece, for those that recently joined, we do have a hole drilled into the bottom of that cloud. We don't want to create a vacuum with the glass, which is basically sealing air inside. So we still have access to that air inside. So every now and then, if it deflates on itself a little bit, he's going in and blowing just a little bit more air inside with that Soffietta. Now, since we have quite a few new people in the hot shop, I just want to give a quick little rundown so you guys can understand the temperatures of a couple of our furnaces. So our first furnace that I'll point out is next to Sayuri in the back, which is the large tank with the closed door specifically. And this is holding all of our clear molten glass. It's keeping it nice and steady at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it holds about 1,000 pounds of that clear molten glass, if I didn't say so already. At this point, the glass is kind of viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So just like sticking a dowel in honey, all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass and then turn, and it gathers a ball on the end. And then from there, we blow into the end of our hollow pipe. This expands the glass like a balloon. And I'll just point out real quick that this piece at the center bench has been finished, and this is set aside in the annealer, which is the large black box over on that right wall, where it will slowly cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And since that was our first piece of the day, I would like a round of applause for our visiting artist. Thank you. Now, I've already mentioned the temperature and the furnace with the molten glass, but the open face furnaces, these are running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So just a little bit hotter to heat that glass more quickly. And we have 2 of these on currently just so we can work at multiple benches at the same time, so there's not really a significant difference in temperature between those furnaces. And both those furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. Later on, you may see us use some torches. Those are running off of oxygen and propane. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention, and I'll come right over. Now at the center bench, this tool that Courtney has been using is called the block. It's that wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning a little bit. Now that water is also going to cool down the very surface of the glass just a little bit, and it's smoothing and evening all of that glass out so it blows out evenly from inside, the bubble I mean. And for those that haven't seen it yet, can I have Courtney's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of Courtney's artwork. And keep an eye out for those clouds. And next, Courtney goes in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water, this tool here. And despite how odd that may sound, it's actually really commonly used, whether it's blown glass or solid glass. It's really close to using our hands to shape the glass, and it's also one of the only flexible tools in the hot shop. Now, for everyone that just joined, we are working on making some clouds at the center bench. We just finished our first one of the day, and this will be our second one. Looks like it's going to be the same color and pretty much the same size. Now next, Courtney is going in with a pair of jacks, these 2 metal blades. And this is carving a jack line into the glass. That's that divot in between the pipe and the bubble. This is where we will remove this piece from the pipe later on. And next, Courtney goes in with 2 corkwood paddles, and this is how we're flattening the sides of this bubble to create the cloud. These clouds are semi-2D. Obviously, they are 3D blown bubbles, but they have a flat surface on either side of them. Now, every time we're hanging this glass down, we're kind of using gravity as a tool and stretching that glass out. Now right there, Courtney just cut at the connection a little bit with a pair of shears, which are kind of like glass scissors. And this is just going to make this piece a little bit easier to remove later on. But now we need to start getting those details of the cloud. And to do that, Courtney's bringing it over to the Marver, which is this large metal table here. And onto it, we have a plate that is set out, and this will be used to flatten each side of the cloud. Next to this plate, you could see a sculpting tool as well. This is going to be used to get those special ridges and bumps on the cloud's top. So next, Courtney's going in with that sculpting tool I just mentioned, and this is going to create each of those little ridges on the surface, on the top of the cloud. Now you can see every time we move the glass in one direction, it's trying to move in every other direction. So we have to continuously apply pressure from each side throughout this process to make sure that it's maintaining those flat sides. And since we have a few new people here and there, can I have some images of Courtney's artwork up on the screen again? So just real quick, up on the screen, we'll have some images of Courtney's previous artworks. Now, for those that recently joined, I've been talking a little bit about Courtney, who is the man at the center bench, Courtney Branam, and he's a Seattle-based glass artist. And I thought I'd mention he has received the People's Choice Award here at the museum's Red Hot auction in 2013. And I just want to mention this because we have it every year, the Red Hot auction, and it's actually coming up pretty soon at the end of September here. So I know some of you, I briefly mentioned the temperature of the furnaces, which run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this large fluffy flame that they just used at the center bench is running at around that same temperature at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But with this torch, we can apply some heat to a specific area of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So just there, he was heating up one section on the end of the bubble. So now he's able to go in with this corkwood paddle and edit just that one area of the glass. And then once again, because we applied pressure into or onto a certain area of the bubble, we have to go back and make sure that we're flattening the sides of the cloud. Now this small handheld torch here, you'll notice has a really small bright blue flame. So this is actually the hottest item in our hot shop despite how small it is. I've been told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so over double the heat of the molten glass. So this will very quickly spot heat a small section of the glass at a time so we can get some really fine details in the artwork. And a good example of this would be these small flowers down on this front table here. We were able to use that small torch to create these individual little points on the end of each flower petal, for example. So once they're happy with this shape at the center bench of this cloud, they'll go ahead and attach a second pipe to the end of the cloud so they can break it off from this pipe that it's currently attached to. And as you notice, they drilled a hole into the bottom of the cloud. If you're wondering why they did this, it's because we don't want to create a vacuum on the inside of the glass by completely sealing off that air inside, because we are going to be closing off this other end of the bubble. So now that second pipe has been brought over and attached to the end. The second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. And the purpose is to break it away from its original pipe, just as we did here. And now we have access to the other side of the piece, and we can start to close off that end of the cloud. And now to break off this little end piece of the cloud, we just go in with a pair of diamond shears and nip that little end piece off. You'll see Courtney use this tool a couple of times. That little cone-shaped tool he just used is called the Sophietta. That cone will block off the opening in the bottom of the cloud, so he can push a little bit more air inside to reinflate it. And for those that have stuck around for a little while, as you can see, we're making multiple of these similar white clouds. And I was just asking the artist about these a little bit. And he said that he's hoping to make about 6 or 7 successful of these little white clouds. And then they'll all be used for a single project later on. They'll all be assembled to a larger piece, but they're not going to be assembled hot, like in the hot shop. So these are all being created individually, then set aside to cool down, and then he'll use them later on. And over on the right bench, you can see that they're getting started on the bubble for the next white cloud. So this is all starting with a single small clear bubble, and then a piece of white color is being heated up, and this is going to be dropped right on top of that small clear bubble. This is called a color drop or color overlay. And this will give us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece, just like that cloud we have at the center bench. And we're only using small sections of this white color at a time. So we're using pretty much the entire thing for all of these different clouds, but each time we use a section of it, this will be set aside to stay warm in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. It'll keep it warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so we could just pull it back out and heat it up again for the next cloud as well. And for everyone that recently or just joined us in the hot shop right now, we have a visiting artist at the center bench here, and his name is Courtney Branam, and he is a Seattle-based glass artist. And today he's going to be working on some of his special cloud projects. You can see we have a single white cloud at that center bench, and we're getting started on that next project on the right bench, which is going to be another one of those white clouds. Each of them are going to have slightly different appearances, but they're all around the same size. And can I have some images of Courtney's artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of Courtney's previously made artwork, and you can kind of get an idea as to how these pieces may be assembled later on. But Courtney was saying for this specific project that this is something he technically hasn't done before, which is kind of exciting. And Courtney has received the People's Choice Award here at the museum's Red Hot Auction in 2013, which is an auction we have every year. And this is coming up pretty soon here at the end of September, actually. So I thought that would be fun to mention. And since we have quite a few new people in here, I just want to give a little overview of the hot shop. So in the back, you could see Sayuri opening a furnace with a closed door. And this is where we keep all of our clear molten glass. It's staying at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit in there, and it can have up to around 1,000 pounds of that clear molten glass. And this furnace runs 24/7 to make sure that the glass is continuously staying molten and at just the temperature we need. Up on the screen, you could see a diagram of that furnace that holds the clear glass. And then the open face furnaces, we have two of them on right now, one at the center, one at the right bench. These are running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. These don't have glass inside of them, I thought I'd mention. It's just used for reheating the glass so it stays at that taffy or putty texture. And we have two of these running right now so we can work at both benches at the same time. So as I continue finishing this cloud at the center bench over on the right, they get started on the next cloud. So we have almost a sort of assembly line going on, just working on as many projects as we can within this day, since Courtney is only here for today. Now at the center bench, Courtney's going in with a pair of shears just at the connection between the piece and the pipe. And this is weakening that connection enough so that when he walks over to the annealer, all he has to do is tap the pipe, and that breaks that cloud cleanly off inside of that box. And this is going to slowly cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give him a round of applause for completing that cloud. This is our second one of the day. And at the center bench, just like I mentioned earlier, they've been starting that next bubble over on the right. It's passed to the center where you can start to blow it out and turn it into yet another cloud. And just as a reminder, he's going to be making about 6 or 7 of these for a larger project. He's going to be assembling them later on all together once they are cooled down to room temperature. Now, usually after gathering layers of clear glass, you'll see them use that wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is called the block. And this is going to smooth and even out all that glass that they just gathered so that the bubble will blow out evenly from inside. And next, Courtney is going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And if you haven't seen this before, despite how odd it sounds, it's actually very commonly used, especially for blown objects like this. It's one of the only flexible tools in the hot shop, and it's also really close to using our hands to shape the glass. Now, if we were to hold those papers on the side of the bubble, this is going to create a narrower, longer shape of the glass. If we hold it on the end, this is going to create a squatter, wider shape of the glass. And next, Courtney goes in with a pair of jacks, which are these 2 metal blades. And this is where we carve the jack line. This is where we will remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. That divot in between the bubble and the pipe. And every time we hang the pipe down at an angle, this is us basically using gravity as another one of our tools, stretching that glass out, creating a little bit of a longer shape. Now, this is a little bit different. He hasn't done this for the clouds that he made earlier, but he's just created a divot in the middle of the bubble using that pair of jacks as well. And now to flatten the sides of this piece, Courtney's going in with 2 corkwood paddles. So it looks like this is another way to get those little bumps and ridges on the top of the cloud is by making that divot in the bubble before we even flatten the sides. So we're seeing a couple of different techniques today. And next, Courtney goes over to this plate that's on the marver, which is the large metal table. And this is going to flatten the 3 sides of the cloud. We want to make sure it has a flat bottom and also maintaining those flat sides to the piece. And it looks like this small handheld torch is going to be used to heat up just a little bit of the bottom of this cloud, possibly to get rid of that extra bit of ridge left over. And we have a few different torches that we use for heating specific areas of the glass, but the torch's overall purpose is just to heat a small section of the glass rather than the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And in between editing anything on the piece, we're always going back into the furnace and getting a nice overall heat, and this is called flashing. We're making sure that the entire piece is staying at around or above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so nothing cracks or breaks from thermal shock or cooling too quickly. Now, for anyone that recently joined, I want to give a little recap as to what we have going on. So today we have a visiting artist. This is Courtney Branam. That's the man at the center bench who is currently working on this little white cloud. He is a Seattle-based glass artist. And as soon as he finishes this little technique here, I'll show you some of his artwork on the screen. But right now he's about to drill a hole into the bottom of this cloud using a tungsten bit inside of a drill. So they superheat the end of that bit. This is melting and drilling a hole into the bottom of the piece. And this is important because we're actually going to close the other end of the cloud that's currently attached to the pipe. We don't want to create a vacuum by sealing air inside of the piece. And so drilling that hole in the bottom will make sure that the air has a place to go in and out. And can I have some of Courtney's artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of some of Courtney's previously made artworks. This will give you a good idea of how some of these pieces are assembled. And at the center bench, since they're happy with that shape of the cloud, they'll go in with a second pipe right here. The second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty. The purpose of the punty is so we can break this piece off from its original pipe and give us access to that other side of the piece. So now we have access to the other side of the cloud. There is an opening in the end, so they're going to work on closing that off before finishing up the shaping. And as you may notice, as Courtney is continuing to finish this cloud at the center bench, over on the right bench, they're also getting started on the next project. So this is just going to turn into a small clear bubble. And they're going to drop some white color on top of that small clear bubble to create something called a color drop or color overlay. And this will give us a really smooth, even layer of that white color for our next cloud. So they're starting the next cloud over on that right bench, kind of doing a production line style where they pass the bubble over once they have it ready. And this is just to work efficiently, getting as much done as possible within this one day of working. And at the center bench, Courtney just closed off the end of that bubble using a pair of tweezers and then a pair of diamond shears to cut off that little bit of excess glass. And you'll see this tool being used here and there as well. This is called the Sophietta. This is going to block off the opening to the bottom of the cloud and then puff a little bit of extra air in just to reinflate that glass, since the air does kind of escape as that glass melts a little bit. And now, after dropping that color on the small clear bubble over on the right bench, this is just going to start being spread back over that clear bubble to create that really smooth, even layer of color. And that extra bit of white will just be set aside and kept warm until they're ready to make the next cloud bubble as well. And the way that we're keeping all of our glass warm is by using the garage, which is this large silver box on the left side of the hot shop right here. And this will keep all the glass inside at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock or cooling down too quickly. And since we have some new people here and there, I want to give a little overview of the hot shop to describe the temperatures of our different furnaces. So just to point out our clear glass furnace, this is where they've been gathering all of the clear glass from. It's this large tank with the closed door. And this is holding about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, staying at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten at that temperature, it's kind of like honey. It's very viscous and sticky. So just like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass and turn, and it gathers a ball of glass on the end of our pipe. And then from there, we blow into the end of our pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And we have to keep our glass warm to continue working with it. So this is where these open face furnaces are coming into play. These are running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit hotter, just to heat the glass more quickly to that taffy or putty texture. And both those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. Our torches are running off of oxygen and propane. So with the torches, we can apply some extra heat to a very specific or focused area of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention, and I'll come right over. Now at the center bench, every now and then, Courtney's going in with the Sophietta, which is that cone-shaped tool. And that cone is blocking off the opening on the bottom of the cloud, which may be a little bit hard to see if you missed him drilling it. And this is to reinflate the cloud, since the air is kind of escaping through that hole in the bottom every now and then. But the reason for that hole is so that we're not creating a vacuum, an enclosed space with air inside of it, since the glass will shrink and expand as it cools, and it could cause the glass to implode on itself. And for those that recently joined, about 6 or 7 of these clouds are going to be made, and then later on, after they're all cooled down, these will eventually be assembled together to create one project. This may include other components as well, other than these clouds, but all I know is that Courtney has said he has never done this kind of project technically, where he's going to assemble them in this specific way. It's going to be a little bit experimental, which is kind of cool. Now, since I've mentioned the temperatures of the furnaces and other torches, I'll mention this small handheld one here is actually the hottest item in the hot shop, and I've been told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass itself. So this is going to very quickly heat a small area of the glass. It allows for really fine details, or in this case, he just heated up that connection point, so now he can weaken it with a pair of shears and break this piece off to be put away. And to put this piece away, this is going in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. This will slowly cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from that thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And I think we've made about 3 or 4 of those so far, so we have a few more to go. Just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and I'll come right over. So right here, I always like to point this tool out. Courtney is going in with a pair of jacks, which are those 2 metal blades, and carving a jack line into the glass. This is where we will remove this piece from the pipe later on, is from that divot. And I think a lot of you haven't seen our visiting artist artwork yet, so can I have Courtney's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, and you'll see how some of these clouds are assembled with other pieces. And just a little information, Courtney is a Seattle-based glass artist, so he is local. And he has actually received the People's Choice Award here at the museum for our Red Hot auction in 2013. This is an auction we have every year, Red Hot. And we actually have it coming up at the end of September, so I thought I would mention it. At the center bench, Courtney is now going in with 2 corkwood paddles. And this is how we're getting the flat sides for those clouds, much like those images that you just saw. And now to create the flat bottom for this cloud, we're using this not wooden plate, we're using a ceramic plate on a large metal table. This is going to be used to flatten the 3 sides of the cloud. When we push the glass one way, it moves in every other direction. It wants to be a very round, smooth shape, so we have to kind of force it into a rigid or flat shape if we want corners, if we want flat sides, for example. So you'll see Courtney using that plate quite a bit, and then soon here he'll start adding those details of the little notches or ridges on the top of the cloud. And that is going to be using this tool right here. A lot of our tools in the hot shop are handmade. I mean, even including the Marver, which is this large metal table itself, is handmade. Glass blowing is such a niche thing that things aren't really created in factories for people to use to blow glass. Now right here, Courtney's actually drilling a hole into the bottom of this cloud using a tungsten bit inside of a drill. And the drill bit is superheated, so it's technically melting and drilling a hole into the bottom. But this is so that we're not creating a vacuum inside of this cloud, because we are going to close off that other end that's currently attached to the pipe as well. If we create a vacuum, that means the glass could technically implode on itself later on, so this is going to prevent that. And now that they are happy with this shape of the cloud that they have here, they're going to attach a second pipe to the other end of the cloud and then break it off from this pipe that it's currently attached to. So now that second pipe is brought over and placed onto the end of the cloud. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the puntee. This is a pretty simple puntee with a small clear attachment, but its purpose is so that we can break the piece away from its original pipe, just give us access to a different part of the piece. So now after breaking that off, we do have an opening left over, and this is going to be closed off. That's why it was important to drill that hole in the bottom of the cloud. And before they start working on the other end, they'll bring it back while the piece is still cold and the connection is still hot. And this allows them to make sure that the pipe is actually on center with the bottom of the piece before they move on. Now at the center bench, while Courtney is finishing his cloud over on the right bench, they're going to get started on the next one, sort of have an assembly line style thing going on. So they'll start a small clear bubble and then drop an amount of white colored glass on top, and then spread this out evenly over that clear bubble, creating a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. And this is called a color drop or color overlay. And if you want an example of that, just take a look at the piece at the center bench. That really smooth, even color doesn't really have any blemishing or any patterns or textures to it. And for those that just joined, at the center bench, we have our visiting artist, Courtney Branam. And he is a Seattle-based glass artist, and today he's working on his clouds specifically. He's going to be making 6 or 7 of these that he's just made now. And can I have the images of his work up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, I just want to point out a little slideshow of his previously made artwork. This will give you an idea of some of the ways that he assembles these clouds to the rest of his pieces. And Courtney has actually received the People's Choice Award here at the museum's Red Hot auction in 2013. And we have our 2023 one coming up really soon here at the end of September. Now, as we continue to edit this piece at the center bench, every now and then we go back into the furnace. This is going to apply a little heat to the piece overall, which is going to make it more malleable again, but also this is going to keep the entire thing nice and warm at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. And this is called flashing when we go into the furnace and out again. And every now and then, after heating this glass up and altering the shape, the air is going to start trying to escape through that hole. So to reinflate the glass, Courtney is going in with the Sophietta, which is that cone-shaped tool. The cone blocks off the opening to the piece and allows him to blow a little bit more air inside, just reinflating that piece. Now, this small handheld torch here is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop. Despite how small it is, it can get up to around 5000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this allows us to get some finer details in the glass by heating up just a really small area with that really hot concentrated flame. So as you can see with this small torch, we're able to go in and edit just a single line at a time on the outside of this bubble. And for those that just joined, at the center bench we have Courtney Branam, who is working on making some of his clouds. And as you can see up on the screen, just some examples of his previous works. And we've made quite a few of these little white clouds so far today, but we need about 6 or 7 of them, I've been told. And these will all be assembled later on when they're cold at room temperature. They'll all be assembled into one final project. And at the center bench, we've pretty much finished this cloud that's been made. And now at the center bench, Courtney will cut at that connection point using a pair of shears. And this is going to weaken that connection enough to break it off and put it away. And all he has to do to break it off is tap the pipe. And tapping the pipe is going to cause a vibration that travels to cracks created by the shears. And let's give them a round of applause for completing yet another one of these clouds. Thank you for your round of applause. This is going into the annealer, if I didn't say so already, which will cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And because they've been starting the bubbles over on the right, they'll just bring that bubble over where we can start to blow it out and create that next cloud. Sort of like an assembly line. We'll continue that process going so we can make as many of these clouds as we can in this short period of time. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Actually, since there's quite a few new people in here, I just want to give a little overview. So that furnace they just gathered the clear glass from, this holds about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten at that temperature, as you can see, it's very viscous and sticky like honey. So just like sticking a wooden dowel in honey, all we have to do is stick our metal pipe into the glass and turn, and it gathers a ball on the end. Then from there, we blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. Right now, you can't see through this glass, but we do have a bubble inside underneath that white color. And this wooden spoon-shaped tool here, this is a block, smoothing and evening all of that glass out, so the bubble will blow out evenly from inside. And then, of course, the open-face furnaces, these are running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, before I forget. These are only for reheating, so there's no glass inside of those open-face furnaces, I thought I would say. And we have two of these on right now, so we can work at two benches at the same time. There's not really a significant difference between those two furnaces. And later on, you'll see us using these torches that are behind the bench here. And these are running off of oxygen and propane, while the furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. So now at the center bench, Courtney is going in with one of the most important tools in the hot shop, the jacks. Those two metal blades are going to carve a jack line in the glass, which is this divot you see in between the pipe and the rest of the bubble. And this is where we will remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. And as you can see, Courtney is also creating some divots in the glass, or in the glass bubble with the jacks as well, and this is going to help create those little ridges and bumps on the top of the cloud. Just another way of doing that. And I think there's a few new people here and there, so I just want to let you know real quick. At the center bench, we have Courtney Branam, and he is a Seattle-based glass artist. He's going to be making some of his clouds today. He's already made quite a few of these so far, but he needs about 6 or 7 of these little white ones to be able to assemble them all together for a larger project later on. And so at the center bench, this glass that we have is actually white. It's kind of hard to tell what color glass is when it's so hot at this temperature. Everything kind of glows orange. But you'll see as soon as we finish this piece, this is going to be a little white cloud. And then to give this cloud some flat sides, we're going to be going in with 2 corkwood paddles. And I haven't really talked a lot about the corkwood paddles, but the wood is a very insulating material on the glass rather than a metal tool. So using corkwood is going to allow the glass to hold on to its heat a little bit longer instead of cooling it down using maybe metal paddles, or even just wetting this wood would cool that glass down a little bit. And every now and then, if the corkwood is creating a lot of particles on the glass, we'll just dust it off with a broom real quick before we heat it back up again. Otherwise, those particles could be melted into the glass surface. And just in case anyone missed the coloring process of our glass, I just wanted to share a video describing how we colored the glass, and it even describes how the color gets in the glass in the first place. So can I have the color overlay video, please? There's someone I talked to behind the scenes. That's why it sounds like I'm asking you guys, but I'm actually asking them. Can I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So this is an example of using that large fluffy flame. Someone was asking me what we use it for earlier. So we can heat a specific area of the glass instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. But at the same time, this torch does provide a lot of coverage, so we can heat up a larger section of the piece at a time. And this torch is running at around the same temperature as the furnace itself, maybe at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, once they've finished and they're happy with that shape that they have for that cloud, they're going to attach a second pipe to the other side of the cloud and then break this cloud off from the pipe that it's currently attached to. And this is going to give them access to the other side of the piece. And as some of you may have noticed, they've also drilled a hole into the bottom of the cloud. And this is going to make sure that we're not creating a vacuum on the inside of the piece. We don't want to seal off air inside of the glass. Otherwise, we could create an implosion. And just now they've attached that punty, which is the second pipe. And this one is a pretty simple punty, but you can see they've angled it just a little bit to make sure that it's on center with the cloud, just as it was before. And while that connection is still hot and the cloud is still cold, this is brought back to make sure that the pipe is actually on center with the cloud. Once they're happy with that connection, they'll go ahead and heat the entire thing up, or just the area that they want to edit. They're going to close off that end of the cloud. That's important. Well, this is why it was important that they drilled the hole into the bottom. It's because they're going to close that end off. And once again, they're getting started on the next cloud over on that right bench, which is going to start with something called a color overlay, which a lot of you saw that video of the color overlay, but this is going to give us that really smooth, even layer of white color across the glass over on that right bench. And then as soon as that bubble is done, this will be brought over to the center bench where it will be blown out and turned into a cloud. Now at the center bench, you can see Courtney is closing off the end of the cloud using a pair of tweezers. And that leaves us with just a little bit of excess glass on the end. But this will be very easily cut off with a pair of diamond shears, which you can see Courtney using right now. And of course, in between working on all of these small details, we always have to go back into the furnace and heat up the entire thing overall. We're trying to maintain a temperature of around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock or cooling down too quickly. And every now and then, to reinflate this cloud, Courtney will go in with a Sophietta. That cone will block off the opening on the bottom of the cloud, and it allows them to push a little bit more air into the piece. And over on that right bench, you could see that the clear bubble is being held right up into the air. And then the color is dropped directly on top, and this will be stamped down into a light disc before being evenly spread over top of that clear bubble to create that color overlay. Now, every now and then there will be small particles or air bubbles in the glass. So up on the screen, you can see they're using a Dremel on the surface of that color. This will get rid of those imperfections before they go on and cover that with another layer of clear, which would trap those imperfections in. So it's important that they do this before they continue on in the process. And in the back or up on the screen, you could see some water was just being sprayed inside of the furnace. And if you're wondering why that is, the water is actually breaking bubbles on the surface of the glass, getting rid of those bubbles so that they're not trapped inside of our next gather of glass. And for those that just joined in, right now at the center bench, our visiting artist, Courtney Branam, is working on some clouds of his. And he's a Seattle-based glass artist. And he's made quite a few of these little white clouds so far. He needs to make about 6 to 7 of them, he told me. And these are all going to be assembled later on when they're cold at room temperature in one larger piece. And this artist, Courtney, he has received the People's Choice Award here at the museum's Red Hot auction in 2013. And I like to mention that because the Red Hot auction is coming up really quickly at the end of September. Happens once a year here at the museum. And a lot of you maybe didn't see the slideshow of our artist's work yet, so can I have that up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist's artwork. And this will give you a good idea of how some of these clouds can be assembled together. So I see a few new faces in here. So just to give you a little recap, right now at the center bench, we have Courtney Branam, who's been working on making some of his clouds. And he's a Seattle-based glass artist. And so we've been working on these white clouds over and over again today. We're hoping to make about 6 or 7 of them. I think that we'll end up with a little bit more than we hoped for even, which is great. At the center bench, you could see we have a bubble of glass. There is white color inside of this. It's really hard to tell what color glass is when it's hot at this temperature because everything will glow orange. But right here, you just saw Courtney use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this will smooth and even all of that glass out so that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. And can I have the pictures of Courtney's clouds up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a little slideshow, and this will just give you an idea of those end products. We're going to be working on some of those small clouds. And I was told by the artist that eventually these clouds are going to all be assembled together. They're going to be assembled cold, actually. So we're not going to be attaching them hot in the hot shop. They're going to be attached cold later on when everything is at room temperature. So every now and then, people will wonder what's down on these front tables, so I'll just point out these real quick. These were made by our most recent visiting artist down here. If you look at your little brochures, there's a panel that describes some of the visiting artists, and this one was Davin, specifically. And these heads were a mold of his own head, created out of plaster, and then he would blow a glass bubble into it to create these heads. He even attached some glass flowers to the eyes. Some of them have some really cool detail. If you want to come take a closer look, you're totally welcome to. And for those that just joined at the center bench, Courtney, the man who's sitting down, is going to get started on making another white glass cloud. And these are hollow. We can't really see through that color, but we do have a bubble inside of this glass. And right now, Courtney's going in with a pair of jacks, which are these 2 metal blades, carving a jack line in the glass. This is where we remove the piece from the pipe later on, that little divot in between the pipe and the bubble. So we have a few new people, so I'll just share with everyone. If you didn't see us gather the clear glass already, it's coming from this furnace right here, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the open face furnaces are between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We just adjust it depending on the thickness of the glass, how quickly we want to heat something up. And you'll notice we have 2 of the furnaces on right now. This is just to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time, so there's not really a significant difference between those 2 furnaces specifically. And then you'll see us using some torches later on. This large fluffy one right here is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces as well. but the torches are running off of oxygen and propane. The furnaces are running off of natural gas and forced air. At the center bench now you can see Courtney going in with 2 corkwood paddles, flattening the sides of this cloud. As you remember from the slideshow, we have a sort of whimsical 2D look to these pieces. They are obviously 3D glass bubbles, but they have these flat sides to them. So a lot of you joined in a little bit later in the process, so I think I'll play a short video describing how we got the color on the piece. This will describe it a lot better than I can and also give you a visual. This process was called a color drop or color overlay. So can I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So as you can see, Courtney has been flattening the sides and the bottom of this glass bubble on a ceramic plate. And this is usually used as a kiln shelf, but it's been coated in wax, which is that black residue you see across the surface. So every time we alter this glass bubble, it's going to want to move in every other direction. This glass wants to be round, it wants to be fluid, so we have to kind of force it into those more rigid, straight lines. And for those that just joined, at the center bench, we're working on making some clouds. And these are going to be for an upcoming project of Courtney's, who's the man right here. And these are all going to be assembled together for that project. We're making about 6 or 7 of them, maybe even a little bit more. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Now, in between editing all of these little parts of the cloud, we go back into the furnace, and this is making the glass more malleable, of course, but we're also doing something called flashing, making sure the entire piece stays nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, so that nothing cracks or breaks from thermal shock or cooling too quickly. Now, this small handheld torch here, you'll notice has a really bright blue flame despite how small it is. This is the hottest item in the hot shop. It could get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. You remember the glass itself is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which means this torch can be over double the heat of that molten glass. So we can use that handheld torch to get some really fine details in the glass. Just heat up a really small section at a time. And next, you'll see Courtney drill a hole into the bottom of this cloud using a tungsten bit inside of a drill. So the end of this bit is heated to a super hot level, and then we push it into the bottom of the piece. So this is melted and drilled a hole into the bottom of this piece, which is going to make sure that we're not creating a vacuum out of this glass, because we will be closing off the other end of this glass cloud as well. And if we create a vacuum, this could technically implode on itself at a later time. So now that they're happy with the shape of this cloud so far, they're going to attach a second pipe to the other end of the cloud so that they can break it off from this pipe that it's currently attached to. So now that second pipe is attached, the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty, and the purpose of the punty is to allow us to break this piece off from its original pipe. So once that's secure, they apply a little bit of water to the previous connection and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. Now we just have to work on closing off that other end of the cloud and finishing off the shape. Now, while the cloud is still cold and that connection is still hot, you can see Courtney is going in, supporting the weight from the other side with a pair of tweezers, making sure that the pipe is on center. So now that we've closed off the other end of this cloud, we can go in with this Sophietta, which is that cone-shaped tool. The cone will block off the opening on the bottom of the cloud. Now we can puff a little bit of extra air in and reinflate that glass. So as we continue to work with this glass, it is going to try to collapse on itself, shrink on itself. The air will be escaping through that hole. So every now and then, you'll see Courtney go in with that Sophietta and puff a little bit of air inside to prevent that. And for those that haven't seen it yet, can I have Courtney's slideshow up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. Just a reminder, that is the man at the center bench. And he is a Seattle-based glass artist. And he actually received the People's Choice Award here at the museum's Red Hot auction in 2013. And I mention that because our Red Hot auction for 2023 is coming up at the end of September. So coming up real quick here. Now, once again, whenever we go in with this small handheld torch, we're able to focus the heat in a really small area to create some finer details. So for example, right now we're just focusing on one line at a time, just creating all of these individual little humps of the top of the cloud. And if I didn't mention already, this piece is going to be a part of a larger piece. They've made many of these little white clouds throughout the day up until now, and all of these are going to be assembled together when the piece is cold at room temperature. So this is going to be used for a future project, and Courtney said that this is a way of assembly that he actually hasn't tried before. He usually puts them together in a different way, usually puts them together hot in the hot shop. So he is going to be kind of experimenting with this project. Now, for those that just joined us at the center bench, we have our visiting artist for today, Courtney Branam, and that is the man who is working with that little glass bubble. This is a cloud, and he has made many more of these throughout the day, just before now as well. All of these will eventually be assembled together for a larger project. And Courtney is a Seattle-based glass artist, so he is a local artist. And can I have some pictures of his work up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of Courtney's artwork. These are all previously made pieces, but they'll give you an idea of how some of these pieces could be assembled in the future. And now Courtney is starting to focus some heat right at the end of the pipe, right at that clear connection. And this is going to allow him to start to cut this piece off to be put away. So right here, Courtney's going in with a pair of shears and cutting at that connection. And this is making the connection a little bit weaker, causing some shocking and cracking in the glass from the pressure and the cold metal tool. And then all he has to do to break it off is tap the pipe inside of this annealer, and this breaks that cloud cleanly off. So now this is going to rest inside of the box until at least overnight. So we'll see it tomorrow. It'll cool down from about 950 degrees all the way to room temperature. And now we will take a 1 hour lunch break. So we'll be back at around 2:20. And then we'll be blowing glass all the way till 5 p.m. So we'll see you then. Welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I was just talking with the artist, figuring out what they're going to get started on. And they're going to bring back out a project that they were working on earlier, actually. So earlier they made this long tube with a pattern of these straight lines going all the way from the top to the bottom. They section that tube off into little cups. So now they're going to pull out one of those cups and turn it into a drinking glass. And they're going to make it a little bit fancy as well. They're going to be putting it inside of a mold, which is going to give them more of a physical and visual texture on the outside of the glass. They're going to twist that glass, kind of alter the design of everything. And as they continue along, I'll just continue talking, describing what they're doing and why. So they've just pulled that cup out of the garage. In the garage was this large silver box over here. This is keeping all of the glass inside of it nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so it was ready for us to just pull out. Now we can heat it up fully inside of the furnace and blow it out into that cup. And speaking of furnaces, I'm just going to give a little overview so you can understand the temperatures of our furnaces in the hot shop. So just to point out our first one here with the closed door, you'll see us gathering clear glass out of this tank, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at a steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey, and just like honey, we turn our metal pipe in the glass, and it picks it up on the end, just a little ball of glass, and then we blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. Then from there, we have to make sure it's staying warm so it has this taffy or putty texture, and this is where these open face furnaces are coming into play. These are running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit hotter so we can reheat the glass a little bit quicker. And as you'll notice, we have two of these furnaces on at the moment. This is just so we can work at two benches at the same time rather than trying to make it work with just one bench. And both these types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. Later on, we'll be using some torches, and these are running off of propane and oxygen. And we're working on a couple of different projects today. Just a little reminder, we're going to be making a drinking glass or a cup at the center bench here with this little bit of glass on the end of a pipe. And then later on, we're actually going to be making some clouds, which our visiting artist, Courtney, the man at the center bench, is known for. And can I have some images of those clouds up on the screen? Thank you. So up on the screen, there will be a little slideshow of Courtney's previously made artwork. And I'll just point out those clouds. This is pretty similar to the projects we're working on today. So this gives you an idea of what you can look forward to. And Courtney is a Seattle-based glass artist, so he is local. And just to mention, he's received the People's Choice Award here at the museum's Red Hot auction in 2013. And I mention that because we actually have that same Red Hot auction once a year in the fall. And this time it's coming up really close here. It's at the end of September. And at the center bench, you can see they're using this large metal table called the marver to twist the glass. And twisting the glass is just going to give us these twisted stripes rather than straight stripes as we started off with. So just a little recap for anyone that recently joined. This piece of glass actually started in the very beginning of the day at around 10 a.m. We created a long tube with these stripes going all the way from one side to the other of that tube. And then we sectioned this off into individual little cups. And then we've just attached this cup onto the end of a hollow pipe and turned it into an individual bubble. And just then, Courtney actually stuffed that bubble into a mold on the floor called an optic mold, and this has given us physical ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom of the bubble, and this is giving us a physical and visual texture on the outside of this glass. So now from here, he could twist it once more if he wanted to as well. He could alter the design as many times as he wants, but this is eventually going to turn into a small drinking glass. So as you can see on the end of the bubble, we have just a little knob of clear glass that he just cut off, but he was using it as a handle to twist the rest of the bubble. So he did actually twist this one more time. And then going in with a pair of jacks, he makes a jack line in the glass. That's that divot in between the pipe and the rest of the bubble. And this is where we remove the piece from the pipe a little bit later on. So that second pipe that they attach to the bottom of the piece, the second pipe that they attach is called the punty. The purpose of the punty, as you saw, is so we can break it off from its original pipe. And now, while this cup is still cold and that connection is still hot, it's brought back to the bench so Courtney can make sure that it's actually on center with the bottom of the piece. And then once he's happy with it centered, he'll go ahead and start heating up the front half of this piece so he can start to open it up a little bit, flare it out to whatever he needs. And I believe they told me they're just making one of these glasses, but he's made multiple of these little cups where we started off with that we attached to the end of the pipe. I think they called them supios. And someone was asking me earlier about some color, so I'm just going to play a short video describing how we get color on our glass. You may see this a little bit later on, and this is called a color overlay. Can I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So you'll be seeing that a little bit later on over on the right bench. They're actually getting started on that next project now. And this is going to start with that color overlay process. You can see they have a bar of white color over on that right bench. And this is because all the clouds that we're making today are white themselves. And eventually all of these clouds are going to be assembled together to create one larger, more complex piece. You'll be able to see those clouds a little bit later on. But since I have a few new people, I guess I could share a slideshow of Courtney's work up on the screen. Can I have Courtney's work, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there will be a little slideshow going on. This will give you a good idea of those clouds that we'll be making later on. And finally, once we finish a piece, this is placed into the annealer, which is the large black box you just saw Courtney walk that cup over to. And this is going to rest in there at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. It'll cool down all the way from 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature so it doesn't break from that thermal shock. We have to heat it up very slowly, cool it down very slowly. And now you'll see us get started on that cloud next, which is happening over on that right bench. Once again, this is all going to start with a small clear bubble, and we're going to drop a bit of hot white color on top of that clear bubble. You'll notice that the clear is pretty cold at this point, and this is going to make sure that we don't lose the shape of that bubble as we spread that white color over top of it. And you'll notice we have a really large amount of that white color on the end of the pipe. So we'll just use small sections of it at a time for each individual cloud. And in between using that color, whenever we're not using that large piece of color, this will be set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here, keeping it nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, usually after gathering a layer of clear, you'll see them go in with this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. This is called the block, usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. As you can see, this is smoothing and evening out all of that glass. So now when we blow the bubble, this will blow out evenly from inside. And this is all the glass that we'll need for this cloud. So as soon as they start blowing into this pipe, this is going to be turned into one of those clouds. Now right here, Courtney is actually using a stack of newspaper soaked in water to shape this bubble out. And if that sounds a little odd to you, this is actually very commonly used in the hot shop. It's one of the only flexible tools, and it's also really close to using our hands. It's also a pretty cheap material, so even if it burns a couple of layers away, we can always just fold up some new newspapers. And we can use these to kind of guide which way we want the bubble to blow out or just change the shape overall. But you can imagine if we hold the newspapers on the side, this is going to create a narrower, longer shape of the glass. If we hold it on the bottom, this will create a shorter, wider shape of the glass. And next, Courtney goes in with that pair of jacks. And he's created a jack line where we'll remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on, but he's also creating a divot in the middle of the bubble. And this is going to create our first little bump of the cloud right on the top. And he's just pulled a little bit of that glass right off the end. And this is just going to create a little bit of a taper on the end of the cloud. And you'll see Courtney using those metal sculpting tools quite a bit to sort of keep going into those little crevices of the cloud. And these little wooden paddles that he's using every now and then, these are cork wood. And they're actually not soaked in water, so they will burn a little bit, but the purpose of using a wood tool is to have an insulating material. So this will allow the glass to keep its heat for a little bit longer. It's not going to cause any shocking or cracking or cooling in the glass at all. So now he's going to use these corkwood paddles to flatten the sides of the piece to get those flat sides of the cloud. And next, Courtney is using a ceramic plate to flatten the three sides of this cloud. We want to make sure that the bottom of the cloud is flat and the two sides. And when we alter one part of the piece, when we push in one side of the glass, it's going to want to push out in every other direction because the glass is all hot. It's kind of like taffy or putty at this point. So we have to make sure to force it into those nice corners. So I will mention, if you haven't noticed already, a lot of our tools are handmade in the hot shop. Glassblowing is a pretty niche subject, so it's not like we have factories that spit out a bunch of these tools over and over again. And even on top of that, sometimes individual artists will have their own personal set of tools, and they'll carry them anywhere they go pretty much whenever they make glass. And these are pretty much tailored to that specific artist for the size of their hands, for the exact purpose that they need. So a lot of these tools that you see us using in here may be a little bit odd, kind of like this drill with a tungsten bit. This is something that you could find at home, but we're using it here in the hot shop to drill a hole into the bottom of our glass piece. And right here, we just drilled a hole in the bottom of that cloud because we don't want to create a vacuum by sealing off that glass with the air inside. We are going to be closing off the other end of this bubble that's currently attached to the pipe, and that could create a vacuum and later on cause an implosion. So this hole in the bottom will prevent that. And once they're happy with this shape of the cloud at the center bench, they're actually going to create a second solid pipe with a little clear attachment on the end and attach it to the to the other side of the cloud on the opposite side of where it's connected right now. And this will allow them to break this cloud off from the pipe that it's currently attached to. So you'll see this in just a moment. Now, continuously throughout this process, you'll notice even if we want the glass to be hard like it is right now, every now and then we still have to go back into the furnace and heat it up lightly. We're making sure everything is at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. To break this off, he applies a little bit of water to that connecting area and then taps the pipe, and that breaks that cloud cleanly off. And after bringing it off, as I briefly mentioned earlier, we do have an opening on the end of the cloud, so we need to close that off to create one complete shape. And then kind of like an assembly line, while Courtney is finishing this cloud at the center bench, over on the right bench, they're going to get started on the next bubble that'll be used for the next cloud. And I believe they're just going to be making as many of these clouds as they can until the museum is closed. And all of these clouds are going to be white, so they'll all be matching for this same project that they're going to be used for. So at the center bench, while Courtney is working on finishing up this cloud, over on the right, they're getting started on the next cloud, which has started with that color overlay process, putting that white color over the small clear bubble. And once this cloud is finished at the center bench, they'll carry that pipe over to the center bench as well from the right bench, and they'll start blowing that into a cloud. So they have sort of an assembly line going on, just working on as many projects as they can all at the same time, getting as much done as they can within one day. So that's a good question. So this ceramic plate that Courtney has been working this glass on, I'd like to point out it's black because it's actually coated in beeswax, and that's preventing the glass from sticking to that ceramic plate, which I've actually seen things stick to the glass permanently, and it can create surface, little particles get stuck in the surface, and so that wax is helping that glass not stick to the plate. And of course, after finishing a piece, this is placed into the annealer. Let's give them a round of applause for completing the first cloud after our lunch break. Thank you, everyone. So that is going to rest in the annealer. It's going to cool down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And just as I briefly said earlier, they've passed that bubble over to the center bench. They'll start blowing this into our next cloud as well. And since I have a few new people in here and there, can I have some of Courtney's artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, just to point them out to you guys. It's the man who's been working at the center bench, Courtney Branam, and he is a Seattle-based glass artist. And he's actually received the People's Choice Award here at the museum's Red Hot auction in 2013. And I mention that because we actually have that coming up really soon here at the end of September. And up on the screen during the slideshow, you've seen a lot of those clouds. And looking at these pictures will kind of give you an idea of how some of these pieces may be assembled together later on. Now at the center bench, Courtney is using a tool called the block. And this is commonly used after a fresh gather of clear glass. We want to make sure everything is smoothed and evened out before we blow the bubble from the inside. So the bubble will blow out nice and evenly. And the block is carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. We actually use water on a lot of our different tools in here. And every now and then I have people ask me about these pieces down on the front table here, so I'll just point them out real quick. These were by our most recent visiting artist, and his name was Davin. He's on your sheet of visiting artists inside of your little pamphlet for the museum. And these are actually mold blown heads. So he made a plaster mold of his own head, and then he blew a glass bubble inside of that mold to get this shape. And then he would add some extra details to it, such as flowers over the eyes, which you could see on these pieces. And anyone is welcome to come down and take a closer look at those pieces, just as a couple of you did now. Now at the center bench, Courtney is going in with a pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and carving a jack line into the glass. This is where we will remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. So a lot of our tools are steel, stainless steel in the hot shop. And this pipe is hollow, so it's technically special in that way. It's like a straw. We could blow through it. And apparently steel is a pretty poor conductor of heat, so it's not going to get hot down the pipe. Sometimes the heat does travel a little bit, especially the more glass we have, the more it travels. But at this point, it's a relatively small amount of glass, so we don't need to worry about that. Now, just there for a moment, you saw Courtney use a corkwood paddle. And this is going to be used a few times over and over to start flattening the sides of the piece and the bottom of the piece to get those nice sides for the cloud. And these corkwood paddles are not usually put in water because we want to use them as an insulating material on the glass. We want to make sure that they're not going to cool that glass down as it touches it. Yeah, so I can't quite hear you in the back, but the glass is technically sticking to the pipe right now. But since the glass and the metal have different cooling rates, whenever we cool that glass and the pipe connection down, it's going to pop that glass right away from the pipe and it's not going to stick to it anymore. And so we actually purposefully break the pipe off faster by break the glass off faster by sticking it in water. And so you'll see us do that, and that breaks it away. I've actually seen people work with copper and glass together, and those have similar enough cooling rates that you can actually have copper wire wrapped around your glass. For example, like if you blow a bubble into a copper cage. And so that's another way we work with a different type of metal with glass, and we also use brass molds. We have brass stamps and brass molds that we use on the glass, but for the pipe and the constant handling of the glass, like the tools, we always have stainless steel for the most part. So I actually had someone ask me that earlier. Basically, how hard do you have to blow the glass out? And it really depends on the heat and the thickness of the glass. So if the glass is really thin and really hot, then you actually have to blow super, super lightly, like that term you said, feathering. And then if the glass is really thick and it's kind of hard, maybe the texture of taffy, then you have to blow a lot harder just to get it to move a little bit. So it really depends on the situation and how thin you want the glass. And if I didn't mention it to you guys already, this right here is a ceramic plate. And we usually use it as a kiln shelf, but we've coated it in beeswax, which is that black material you see on the surface. And this is going to help prevent the glass from sticking to that ceramic plate as we use it. You can see it's been worn down in the middle quite a bit, so it's exposed that ceramic underneath the beeswax. And this super small handheld torch is actually the hottest item in the hot shop. I like to point it out every time they use it. And this small torch can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of the molten glass itself, sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So now with this torch, we'll be able to make some really small details in the glass. I've seen them use this torch to make small facial features on a piece, for example. You can use it to get some really nice fine details. And I see a few new people here and there, so I just want to give a little recap as to what we have going on. At the center bench, we have our visiting artist for the day, Courtney Branam. And this is a he's a Seattle-based glass artist, so he is a local artist. And just to mention, he has received the People's Choice Award here at the museum's Red Hot auction in 2013. And I mention this because we actually have that same auction coming up at the end of September this year. We have that auction every year, Red Hot. And at the center bench, Courtney is working on some of his own projects today. He's been working a lot on these white clouds you see. And these are all later on going to be assembled together to create one larger project. And in the first half of the day, we're thinking we got around 6 or 7 of these, and hopefully we'll be able to get around that same amount in the second half of the day as well. And can I have the slideshow of Courtney's artwork, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a little slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And this will go on as I explain what they're doing at the center bench here. So at the center bench, you can see that we're using a tungsten bit inside of a drill. And this is heated up on the end as we push it into the bottom of this cloud. So we've basically just melted and drilled a hole into the bottom of this cloud. And this is going to make sure that we're not creating a vacuum when we close off the other end of this cloud. We don't want to trap that air inside of the glass, which would create a vacuum, and that could cause an implosion later on down the line. So up on the screen, you saw that slideshow of Courtney's artwork, and that kind of gives you an idea of how some of these pieces may be assembled later on. And at the center bench, they're going to continue keeping that glass cloud nice and warm, but they're going to be attaching a second pipe to the other end of the cloud before breaking this cloud off from its original pipe. So here comes that second pipe. They're going to attach it right on the other end. And once that connection is secure, they apply some water to the previous connection point and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now from here, they have an opening on that end they broke off. They have to work on closing it up before continuing on shaping this cloud. Now, for anyone new that joined, just want to let you all know that at the center bench we have our visiting artist for the day, and his name is Courtney Branam. He is a Seattle-based glass artist, so he's a local artist. And today he's been working on a specific project that is including all of these individual white clouds. And he's making as many of these as he can throughout this day that the museum is open. And these will all eventually be assembled together when they're cooled down to room temperature. So they're part of a larger project altogether. And at the center bench, whenever Courtney is working on finishing up these clouds, over on the right bench, they're getting started on the next cloud. And this is just starting with the application of color over top of a small clear bubble. And then this will be brought over to the center bench once this cloud is done, kind of like an assembly line, just working on as many things as they can all at the same time. Now this tool Courtney is using every once in a while, that's called the soffietta. The cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows him to blow a little extra air in there. So if you didn't know, there is a hole in the bottom of the cloud. And because of that hole, sometimes the air is kind of escaping through that hole, and we have to puff it up a little bit again. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Just grab my attention and I'll come over. And welcome to those who just joined in. Just want to give you a little rundown. At the center bench, we have Courtney, who is creating some of his clouds. And just in case some of you haven't seen these clouds before, can I have those up on the screen, please? Can I have some of Courtney's artwork up on the screen, please? All right, so up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. Once again, that is Courtney, who is sitting and working at the center bench. And he is a Seattle-based glass artist, so he is local. And I thought I'd mention that he's actually received the People's Choice Award here at the museum's Red Hot auction in 2013. And I mention this because our Red Hot auction for 2023 is coming up really close. It's at the end of September. Now at the center bench, Courtney has made a jack line in the glass. This is that divot in between the pipe and the bubble. This is where we'll remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. And next, Courtney is going in with 2 corkwood paddles, flattening both the sides of the glass at the same time. And this is going to give us the flat sides for the cloud that we're looking for. And now Courtney is actually heating up a tungsten bit that's inside of a drill. You can see it happening up on the screen. It's drilling a hole into the bottom of this piece, well, drilling and melting. Now, earlier we were drilling these holes into the very bottom of the clouds, and this is going to prevent creating a vacuum inside of that glass, because we usually do seal off the other end of the glass that's currently attached to the pipe as well. And now a second pipe is brought over, and this is going to be placed onto the end of the bubble. Second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty, and this is so we can remove the piece from its original pipe, kind of flipping the orientation of the piece. And to break this off, we just apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now we have access to that other side. We can start to close it off a little bit. And welcome to anyone that recently joined us. Just to let you all know, right now we're working on making some little white clouds, and these are all going to be assembled together eventually to create one larger piece. And the artist told me that these are going to be assembled in a way that he hasn't tried before, and so this is going to be a little bit more experimental. Usually he would attach pieces together hot in the hot shop, but these will be assembled when they're cold at room temperature on a later date. And right after closing off the other end of the piece, Courtney goes in with the Soffietta, which is that cone-shaped tool, blowing just a little bit more air inside of the piece to make sure that it doesn't collapse on itself or change the shape. And since we do have a hole in the bottom of this piece, as soon as we start pushing on the sides, editing the shape, this is going to push air out of the piece. So we're going to see him use that Soffietta a few different times, just making sure to maintain air and even amounts of pressure inside of the piece. And I know some of you missed the coloring process earlier. And even if you did see it, sometimes it's a little bit hard to know exactly what's happening and all of the details surrounding that color application process. So I'm just going to play a short video explaining that more in depth. And this technique is called a color overlay. So can I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Welcome into the hot shop. Just wanted to let you guys know at the center bench we're working on making some little white clouds. And these are specifically Courtney's project, which is the man who's working at the center bench. And he is a Seattle-based glass artist, and he's worked on making these clouds before. And can I actually have the slideshow of his art, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a little slideshow of some of these previously made pieces of Courtney's. So you'll see some of these clouds as well. This will give you a good idea of what the final product may be. Now at the center bench, you can see Courtney is using a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And these are very important in the hot shop. We use them to create a jack line, which is that divot you see in between the pipe and the rest of the bubble. And Courtney has also used these jacks to create a little nub on the end of this bubble. And this is just going to give the cloud an extra ridge or bump of texture right on the end. And if I didn't mention it already, on that large metal table, the marver, we have a ceramic plate laid out. And this is coated in a layer of wax, which is that black substance on the plate. This is going to make sure that the glass doesn't get stuck to the plate at all as we continue to work this glass on that plate, flattening each of the sides. And for those that just joined, if you didn't know already, at the center bench we've been working on creating these small white clouds, and we've made as many as we can throughout the day. These are all later going to be assembled in a similar way for one larger piece overall. And these are going to be assembled cold, so we're going to let all of these cool down to room temperature and then assemble them together. And this paddle that Courtney is using, this is a corkwood paddle. And you could see he could use the corners of the corkwood paddle to carve in a line in the glass, or you can even use them to flatten the sides of the glass. And in between editing any part of the piece, we're always going back to the furnace. This is going to both heat up the glass, make it malleable again, and also keep an even warmth of at least 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit over the entire piece so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and I'll come right over. And can I have Courtney's artwork up on the screen, please? I know some of you have probably already seen it, but for those that just joined, up on the screen we'll have a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork. And once again, our visiting artist is Courtney, the man who's sitting at the center bench there. He's a Seattle-based glass artist, so he is a local artist. And he actually received the People's Choice Award here at the museum during our Red Hot auction in 2013. And I mention that because we actually have our next Red Hot auction coming up super soon here at the end of September. So for those that just joined in, at the center bench, we have our visiting artist, Courtney. And he's the one holding the drill, just to point him out to you all. And right here, he's about to drill into the bottom of this cloud that he's made using a tungsten bit inside of a drill. And as you could see, he was superheating the tip of the bit before he even pressed it into the glass. So this is technically melted and drilled a hole into the bottom. And this is going to prevent creating a vacuum inside of this glass, because we actually will be sealing off both ends of this cloud in just a little bit. And if we create a vacuum, this could mean that the glass could technically implode in on itself later on. And now a second pipe is attached to the other end of the piece, and this is going to allow us to break this piece off from its original pipe. And the way that we do that is just by applying a little bit of water to that connecting point and then tapping the pipe, as you just saw him do there. And so now after breaking that off, we are left over with an opening, so they're going to start working on closing that off. And that's why it's important that we drilled that hole in the bottom, so we're not creating a vacuum by sealing the other end off. And right after breaking that end piece off, we now have a sealed form other than that hole in the bottom. And to reinflate it just a bit, Courtney went in with a tool called a Sophietta. So that cone will block off the opening to the bottom of this cloud, and then he's able to puff just a little bit of extra air in.